Hey guys, tonight we're diving into something that's going to mess with your head a little bit. So get comfortable, maybe grab that extra pillow, dim whatever light you've got going, and let your shoulders just drop. We're heading back about 600 years to tell you a story that's equal parts miraculous, tragic, and weirdly modern. It's about a teenage girl who either talked to saints, had the most elaborate case of medieval main character syndrome ever recorded, or got caught up in the world's most successful political PR campaign. Maybe all three. Look, when you think about Joan of Arc, you probably picture some ethereal warrior maiden, right? Flowing banner, divine light, the whole cinematic package. But here's the thing that'll keep you up at night if you let it. What if she was just a really convinced kid who happened to show up at exactly the right moment in history? What if those voices she heard were real to her? Absolutely real. But not necessarily, what she thought they were. The question that historians have been wrestling with for centuries is this: was Joan a genuine mystic touched by God? A passionate teenager who genuinely believed she was on a divine mission? Someone dealing with what we might now recognize as temporal lobe epilepsy or another neurological condition? Or was she the most brilliant piece of medieval political theatre ever conceived? Here's the kicker though. Maybe she was all of these things at once. And that's the uncomfortable truth we're going to hold tonight, turning it over like a smooth stone that's been worn down by centuries of people asking the same impossible questions. See, historians look at Joan and they see this fascinating duality. On one hand, you've got this girl claiming that Saints Michael, Catherine, and Margaret are literally talking to her, giving her a to-do list that includes crowning the Dauphin and kicking the English out of France. In her world, in medieval France, divine visions weren't some fringe belief, they were Tuesday. People expected God to intervene directly in human affairs. But on the other hand, Joan's timing was suspiciously perfect. France was falling apart, the monarchy needed legitimacy, and suddenly here comes this peasant girl with a message that happens to align perfectly with French political interests. Tonight, we're going to walk through this story in 3 acts, because Joan's life basically follows the most brutal 3-act structure you've ever seen. Act 1, the visionary. We'll sit with 13-year-old Joan in her father's garden, trying to figure out if those voices in her head are divine messengers or something else entirely. Act 2, the propaganda tool, where we watch a teenage peasant girl become the most effective military recruiter in French history, and ask ourselves how much of that was Joan and how much was very clever people using Joan. And Act 3, the abandonment, where we see what happens when you're no longer useful to the people who put you on that pedestal. Now, I promise you, this isn't going to be some dry academic lecture. We're going to take our time, let the story breathe. You'll smell the hay in those Domremy fields, hear the squelch of boots in French mud, feel the weight of that armor that probably didn't fit her very well. And yes, we're going to find the dark humor in all of this, because if you don't laugh at the absurdity of medieval politics, you'll just end up crying. We're here to explore, not to give you the official Joan of Arc, Thames and approved version. If you're enjoying this weird late-night historical journey, maybe hit that like button or subscribe. It helps me keep doing these deep dives into the stranger corners of the past. And honestly, I'm always curious where you guys are listening from, so drop a comment if you feel like it. All right, so picture this. France in the 1420s. The country is basically a failed state. The English have been kicking French ass for decades. The king is either dead or useless depending on who you ask. And everyone's arguing about who actually gets to rule what's left of the place. It's like if a medieval Game of Thrones had a baby with the worst economic collapse you can imagine. And in this mess, in a tiny village called Domremy, that most people couldn't find on a map if you gave them 3 tries, a 13-year-old girl starts hearing voices. Voices that are going to change everything. Right, so those voices we mentioned, they're about to echo through a country that's basically having the worst midlife crisis in European history. Picture this. You're tucked up safe and warm wherever you are, and we're drifting back to 1420s France. A place where having a bad day meant your entire kingdom might cease to exist by dinner time. Let's be honest about what France looked like when Joan started hearing saints. It wasn't some romantic medieval kingdom with fluttering banners and noble knights. It was a hot mess. Think of it like a really ugly divorce where both parties are fighting over the house, except the house is an entire country, and the lawyers are armies with very sharp swords. The English had basically moved in and put their feet up. In 1420, they'd gotten Charles VI to sign something called the Treaty of Troy, which was essentially France's dad saying, "You know what? I don't like my son anymore. This nice English boy can have everything instead." The English king Henry V was now officially the heir to the French throne. Can you imagine? It's like your parents deciding to leave the family business to your annoying neighbour kid because they think you're a disappointment. Poor Charles, the actual French heir, got stuck with the world's most insulting nickname, the King of Bourges. Bourges was basically all he could safely control at this point. Imagine being called the CEO of the supply closet while someone else runs your company. Charles's court was this sad little gathering of nobles trying to pretend they still mattered, huddled in central France like the last people at a party nobody wants to admit is over. Meanwhile, the English controlled everything important. Paris, the capital, most of northern France. And here's the really twisted part. They weren't even doing it alone. The Duchy of Burgundy, which should have been Team France, had completely switched sides. It's like if Texas decided to join Mexico in a war against the rest of America. The Burgundians were French, but they were actively helping the English conquer their own country. Family dinner conversations must have been really awkward. So you've got this patchwork of territories where nobody's quite sure who's in charge of what from day to day. The political map looked like someone had taken a jigsaw puzzle, thrown half the pieces away, and let toddlers arrange the rest. One village might be English on Tuesday, Burgundian on Wednesday, and theoretically French by the weekend, assuming anyone remembered to tell them. Now here's where it gets really depressing. If you were just some regular person trying to get on with your life, this wasn't distant political theatre. This was your nightmare. Your fields got trampled by whichever army happened to be passing through. Your village was constantly under threat from raiders, bandits, or just soldiers who decided they deserved your food more than you did, the local lords who were supposed to protect you. Half of them had been beaten in battle, and the other half had switched sides to whoever looked like they might win. Meanwhile, you're getting taxed by everyone. The English tax you, the Burgundians tax you, your own French lords tax you when they can remember you exist. And through all of this, you're starving. Genuinely starving. The troops were about as motivated as you'd expect. Imagine being a French soldier and having to ask yourself every morning, wait, are we still fighting the English? Or are we fighting for the English now? And who's paying us this week? Morale wasn't just low. It had basically packed its bags and moved to another country. When every single institution that's supposed to help you has either collapsed or actively betrayed you, your brain starts getting creative about solutions. Divine intervention starts looking pretty reasonable. When your king can't protect you, your lord has abandoned you, and your priest is probably just as confused as everyone else, the idea that God might personally step in becomes incredibly appealing. This is why claims of visions and prophecies weren't just religious curiosities in 15th century France. They were psychological life preservers. When Joan started talking about saints giving her military strategy tips, it wasn't weird. It was the first hopeful thing anyone had heard in decades. People were so desperate for good news that a teenage peasant girl claiming divine backing sounded perfectly sensible. But here's what Charles's court in Bourges understood that most people didn't. They didn't just need to win battles. Any mercenary captain could win a battle if he got lucky. They needed to win legitimacy. They needed to prove that Charles wasn't just some guy hiding in Bourges calling himself king. They needed to prove he was the actual, divinely appointed king of France. And there was only one way to do that. Reins. See, French kings didn't just get crowned anywhere convenient. They got crowned in Reims Cathedral, and they had been for centuries. Reims wasn't just a city, it was the ultimate stamp of approval. Being crowned there meant God himself had signed off on your kingship. It was like the difference between claiming to be married and actually having a wedding certificate. Everyone might know you're together, but only one version makes it legal. The problem was getting there. Reims was deep in English-controlled territory. To get Charles crowned in Reims, they'd need to punch through enemy lines, hold the territory long enough for the ceremony, and do it all while the English and Burgundians tried to stop them. It was the medieval equivalent of planning a wedding in your ex's backyard while they're trying to call the police. But if they could pull it off, game over. A coronation at Reims would basically nullify the Treaty of Troyes and prove that God wanted Charles on the throne, not some English pretender. It would be the ultimate propaganda victory, the kind that changes wars from being about territory to being about destiny. Picture the scene at Bourges, the air thick with coal smoke from the braziers, trying to keep the drafty halls warm, nobles huddled in groups, speaking in hushed tones about strategies they couldn't afford and resources they didn't have. The constant undercurrent of anxiety, like waiting for exam results when you know you probably failed. And through it all, that desperate whisper, something had to change. Someone, somewhere, needed to come up with a miracle. They needed a story people could believe in. They needed hope. They needed a symbol that could transform a demoralized rabble into an army fighting for God himself. They just didn't know it was going to come from a 13-year-old girl in a village most of them couldn't find on a map. But that girl, that miracle they were all waiting for, was living in a village so small you could probably walk through it in about 5 minutes. Let me tell you about Domremy. Picture the most forgettable place you've ever driven through. You know the kind, blink and you miss it. Maybe a gas station and a church if you're lucky. Domremy was medieval France's version of that, tucked away in the region of Lorraine. Around 1412, probably on a day when nothing else interesting was happening anywhere, a girl named Jean was born there. Joan, as we call her. And before you start picturing some mystical birth with angels singing and shooting stars, let me paint you the real picture. Joan was born to peasants, like proper dirt under the fingernails, wake up with the chickens peasants. Her family wasn't poor exactly, but they weren't writing home about their stock portfolio either. She couldn't read. She couldn't write. In her world, if you weren't nobility or clergy, literacy was about as common as indoor plumbing, which is to say, it didn't exist. Her daily reality was the kind of simple, repetitive life that would probably drive most of us completely insane within a week. Wake up when the rooster crows, help with whatever farming needs doing, pray, a lot, go to bed when the sun goes down because candles cost money, repeat until you die, probably of something we could cure with antibiotics today. But here's the thing, there was something genuinely lovely about the rhythm of it all. Let your mind drift to that world for a moment. The smell of wood smoke curling up from thatched roofs in the evening. The rich, earthy scent that rises from soil after spring rain, when the whole world smells like possibility. Sheep bleating somewhere in the distance. That gentle, sleepy sound that tells you all is well with the world. And woven through everything, the constant, comforting presence of faith. See, for Joan's family, and everyone they knew, God wasn't some distant concept you thought about on Sundays. Saints weren't historical figures you read about in books. They were neighbours. They were friends. They were as real as the family living next door, just invisible and significantly more powerful. Religious images weren't art. They were windows into a world that existed right alongside yours. This was Joan's normal. Until around 1424, when she was about 13, a normal went out the window. She started hearing voices. Now, before you picture some dramatic scene with thunder and lightning, let me tell you what Joan herself described. These weren't booming proclamations echoing across the heavens. They were voices, clear, distinct, and utterly convincing. She identified them as Saint Michael the Archangel, basically heaven's head of security, and two female saints, Catherine of Alexandria and Margaret of Antioch. And these saints weren't giving her generic spiritual advice like, be kind to others or pray more. Oh no. They gave her the medieval equivalent of a very specific mission briefing. Save France. Get the Dauphin crowned at Reims. Kick the English out. You know, light work for a teenage peasant girl who'd never been more than a few miles from home. Here's where things get really interesting, and where you might want to settle deeper into your pillow, because we're entering some fascinating territory. Joan never doubted for a second that these voices were real. Never. But we, with our modern brains and medical knowledge, might wonder what was actually happening inside a 13-year-old's head in 15th century France. Some historians, treading very carefully because diagnosing people who've been dead for 6 centuries is tricky business, have suggested possibilities like temporal lobe epilepsy. Now, I'm not saying Joan had epilepsy, nobody can know that. But temporal lobe epilepsy can do some remarkable things to your brain. It can create incredibly vivid religious experiences. You might hear voices that sound absolutely real, see lights that aren't there, feel like you're receiving direct communications from God. The thing is, to the person experiencing it, it's completely real. More real than reality. It's not like thinking you hear something or maybe seeing something out of the corner of your eye. It's hearing someone speak as clearly as if they were standing right next to you. Other medical possibilities have been suggested too. Various forms of psychosis can produce auditory hallucinations that feel completely authentic to the person hearing them. Some researchers have even wondered about conditions that we might now call schizophrenia, though again, trying to diagnose someone from the 15th century is like trying to fix a car engine by looking at a crayon drawing of it. But here's what's crucial. None of this diminishes Joan's sincerity. Whether her voices came from heaven or from some quirk of neurology, she believed them completely. And that belief, that absolute conviction, was about to change history. Picture her there, maybe tending sheep in a field outside Domremy. It's summer, probably. The grass is long and golden, swaying gently in the breeze. For a moment, you might think you can hear the grass itself whispering, but then the sound clarifies, becomes something more. A voice. Not frightening, not harsh, but calm and utterly certain. Jeanne. And suddenly she's not alone anymore. There's St. Michael, as real to her as you are to yourself right now. And he's got things to tell her. Important things. Try to imagine what that would feel like. Imagine hearing a voice in your head that sounds as trustworthy and authoritative as your grandmother giving you life advice, but with the absolute certainty of someone who knows exactly what needs to be done. A voice that doesn't suggest or recommend, but simply states what is true. For Joan, there was no question of whether this was real or not. There was no moment of, am I losing my mind? There was just absolute, unshakable conviction. The saints were talking to her. God had chosen her. She had work to do, and that work was going to turn a collapsing kingdom upside down. But while Joan was standing in that field, absolutely convinced she had God's personal phone number, there was someone else entirely operating behind the scenes. Someone who understood that miracles were nice and all, but you know what was better? A really solid political game plan. Meet Yolande of Aragon. And guys, if you forget every other name I mentioned tonight except Joan's, please remember Yolande, because this woman was basically the Frank Underwood of 15th century France, except with better hair and considerably more legitimate authority. Picture the most competent person you've ever worked with. The one who somehow manages to keep 17 different projects running smoothly while everyone else is losing their minds over the coffee machine being broken. Now imagine that person, but instead of managing quarterly reports, she's juggling collapsing kingdoms, backstabbing nobles, and the constant threat of English armies showing up uninvited. Oh, and she also happened to be Charles VII's mother-in-law. No pressure there. Yolande wasn't just some decorative queen sitting around doing needlepoint and waiting for someone to bring her grapes. She was a political operator who understood something that most people missed. In medieval politics, perception was reality. She knew that symbolism wasn't just pretty window dressing, it was actual statecraft. While everyone else was running around like headless chickens, Yolande was quietly pulling strings behind the scenes with the calm efficiency of someone who'd been playing this game for decades. She had this radical understanding that kings weren't just born into the job and magically knew what to do. They were made, carefully, through an intricate dance of power plays, strategic alliances, and what we might now call brand management. While Charles was hiding in Bourges, feeling sorry for himself, Yolande was building the infrastructure to make him look like a legitimate king. Her problem was obvious. How do you stabilize a monarchy that's shakier than a three-legged table in an earthquake? The Valois dynasty was hanging by a thread, and everyone knew it. But Yolande's solution wasn't just about winning battles, though those certainly wouldn't hurt. It was about building long-term legitimacy, and she had a multi-part plan for that. First, marriage alliances. Yolande was basically the ultimate matchmaker, except instead of setting people up for love, she was setting them up for strategic political advantages. She understood that the right marriage could secure powerful allies, prevent future wars, and create a network of support that could last for generations. Her diplomatic network stretched across Europe like some kind of medieval LinkedIn, and she used it with ruthless efficiency. Then there were the church approvals. In an age when everyone believed God was personally invested in who sat on which throne, having religious endorsement wasn't just nice to have, it was essential. It wasn't enough for Charles to say he was king. He needed the church to agree that God thought he was king. Big difference. And finally, the coronation. We've already talked about why Reims was so important, but for Yolande, it wasn't just about the ceremony itself. It was about what the ceremony represented. Divine approval, legitimacy, the whole package that would transform Charles from that guy hiding in Bourges to the rightful king of France, chosen by God himself. Which brings us to the really interesting question. What was Yolande's role when Joan showed up? Now, we can't know for certain what went through Yolande's mind when she first heard about this peasant girl claiming to have divine visions. But we do know that she was instrumental in making sure Joan got a hearing at court. And when you think about it from a strategic perspective, Joan wasn't just a miracle, she was a public relations goldmine. Think about it. A teenage peasant girl, pure as the driven snow, hearing voices from God telling her to crown Charles and kick out the English. You couldn't have written a better story if you'd hired the best propaganda team in Europe. For a king struggling with legitimacy, Joan was the ultimate endorsement. Better than any bishop, better than any noble alliance. This was God himself apparently saying, Charles is your guy. Various historians suggest that Yolande played a crucial role in facilitating Joan's journey to the court. She didn't necessarily orchestrate Joan's visions. That would be quite the conspiracy. But she certainly recognized their value and made sure they didn't go to waste. She helped ensure that Joan got the resources and support she needed to make her case to Charles. Picture Yolande in her element, sitting in some drafty castle chamber, maps spread across heavy wooden tables, candle wax dripping steadily onto parchment as she plots alliances and strategies. The air smells of smoke and ink, and the kind of dampness that never quite leaves medieval buildings. She's not wearing armor or carrying a sword. She's wearing silk gloves and the expression of calm calculation, the look of someone who's playing a game where she knows all the rules and most of the other players don't. When word reaches her about Joan, you can almost see the wheels turning. Not, oh my goodness, a miracle, but rather interesting. How can we use this? Because that's what made Yolande so effective. She could spot an opportunity and figure out how to maximize its potential faster than anyone else at court. She probably saw Joan not as a theological phenomenon, but as the ultimate symbolic actor, a living, breathing narrative that could be carefully nurtured and strategically deployed to maximum effect. For Yolande, Joan represented everything Charles's kingship needed: divine approval, popular support, and a story that people could believe in. The beauty of it was that Joan's sincerity made her even more valuable. This wasn't some paid actor or coached performer. This was a genuinely convinced teenage girl who absolutely believed she was carrying out God's will. And that authenticity, that complete conviction, was something you couldn't fake or manufacture. It was political gold. So while Joan was hearing saints and preparing for her divine mission, Yolande was probably already thinking 3 moves ahead, figuring out how to turn one peasant girl's visions into a kingdom's salvation. So Yolande has given Joan the medieval equivalent of a LinkedIn recommendation. And now comes the really tricky part. Getting a teenage peasant girl from her village to the royal court, which in 1429 was like trying to get from your local coffee shop to meet the president, except everyone between here and there is either actively trying to kill you or wondering if you're completely insane. Let's talk about this journey for a minute, because honestly, it's bonkers. On February 12th, 1429, Joan set off from Vaucouleurs with a small group of escorts who probably thought they were babysitting a delusional teenager. Her destination was Chinon, where Charles was basically hiding out like someone dodging their landlord. This wasn't a weekend road trip. This was an 11-day slog through what was essentially a war zone. Picture trying to drive cross-country during a civil war, except instead of a car you've got horses. Instead of highways, you've got muddy tracks that may or may not exist. And instead of GPS, you've got, well, I think it's that way. Oh, and half the territory you're crossing is controlled by people who would love nothing more than to capture or kill anyone associated with the French court. Joan was travelling disguised as a man, which was scandalous enough to get you burned at the stake in normal times, let alone when you're crossing enemy territory. Her little group had to travel mostly at night, dodging English patrols, Burgundian allies, and your garden variety bandits who didn't care whose side you were on, as long as you had something worth stealing. Think about what this meant practically. You're sleeping rough in February, in medieval France. There's no Holiday Inn Express, no drive-through for a quick meal, no rest stops with clean bathrooms. You're cold, wet, dirty, hungry, and constantly looking over your shoulder for people who want you dead. And you're doing all this because voices in your head told you to go crown a king. Her companions, understandably, started this journey thinking Joan was probably having some kind of elaborate breakdown. But here's the thing. Over those 11 days, her absolute conviction and unshakable faith gradually won them over. By the time they reached Chinon on February 23rd, they weren't just escorting a crazy peasant girl anymore. They were believers. But arriving at Chinon was only half the challenge. Now, Joan had to actually convince Charles that God had sent her to save France. And Charles, bless his paranoid little heart, wasn't about to just take her word for it. You have to understand, Charles had probably heard every sob story, every wild claim, every desperate scheme that people could think of. His court was full of people promising miracles they couldn't deliver. So when this peasant girl shows up claiming divine backing, he decides to put her to the test. The test was brilliant in its simplicity. When Joan was brought into the great hall at Chinon, Charles hid himself among his courtiers. No fancy clothes to mark him out, no throne, no crown. Just another face in the crowd. The idea was simple. If God really sent her, she'd know who he was, without anyone having to point him out. Now, imagine that scene for a moment. You're Joan. You've just spent 11 days travelling through hell because saints told you to crown this guy king. You walk into this massive, echoing hall full of nervous nobles, flickering torchlight, and probably 50 men in fancy clothes, any one of whom could be the Dauphin. And everyone's watching you, waiting to see if you're a prophet or just another crazy person. According to both Joan's own testimony and multiple witnesses, she walked straight up to Charles and addressed him directly as gentle Dauphin. Didn't hesitate, didn't look around, just went right to him like she'd known him all her life. The hall went dead silent. This girl, who had never seen Charles before in her life, had just picked him out of a crowd while he was actively trying to blend in. Now, was this divine revelation? Maybe. Or was it, as some historians suggest, a very cleverly managed piece of theatre, Perhaps someone had whispered a description to Joan beforehand. Maybe she just had excellent people-reading skills and could spot the guy who looked most like he was trying too hard to appear unimportant. Or maybe Charles, despite his best efforts, just had that unmistakable aura of someone carrying the weight of a collapsing kingdom on his shoulders. But here's the thing. Regardless of how she did it, the effect was the same. Charles was impressed. Really impressed. And then Joan did something that sealed the deal. She told him a secret. Something private that moved him visibly and convinced him that she was, at minimum, worth taking seriously. We don't know what that secret was. Could have been something about his legitimacy, his fears, his prayers. But whatever it was, it shook Charles's natural skepticism to its core. From the court's perspective, this was perfect. They desperately needed something to rally around. Their troops were demoralized, their people were war-weary, and their king's legitimacy was shakier than a house of cards in an earthquake. And here was a pious, convincing, divinely backed peasant girl offering exactly what they needed: hope. Whether Joan's recognition of Charles was miraculous or carefully orchestrated, it gave them a powerful narrative, a story that could boost morale, convince people that God was on their side, and transform their struggling claimant into a divinely chosen king. Picture that moment in the Great Hall. The cold stone walls, probably damp from the February chill. Torches throwing dancing shadows across worried faces. The soft murmur of prayers and whispered conversations. Charles, tired and wary, but with a flicker of something new in his eyes. Hope, maybe, or just desperate curiosity. And Joan, standing there not with arrogance or drama, but with that same quiet, unshakable certainty she'd carried all the way from Domremy. She'd made it. The peasant girl who heard voices had just convinced a king that God wanted him on the throne of France. Whether it was divine intervention or brilliant political theatre, Joan had just changed everything. Right, so Joan has wowed Charles with her divine recognition skills and mysterious royal secrets. But here's where medieval bureaucracy kicks in, because you can't just hand someone an army because they had a good day at court. That's not how things worked in the 15th century. There were procedures, forms to fill out, metaphorically speaking. The thing is, before Joan could get anywhere near a sword, let alone lead actual soldiers into battle, she needed what was essentially a spiritual background check. The church had to sign off on her. Because imagine the scandal if Charles had accidentally put a witch in charge of his military. The headlines would write themselves. Local king backs Satan's army, more at 11. So off Joan went to Poitiers in the spring of 1429 for what was basically the medieval equivalent of a very intense job interview. Except instead of asking about her 5-year plan, they wanted to make sure she wasn't possessed by demons. This wasn't going to be some casual chat with the local priest. Oh no. They assembled what was essentially the Avengers of medieval theology. You had Dominicans, the intellectual heavyweights of the church, Carmelites and Franciscans too, university-trained theologians who could quote Augustine in their sleep, local bishops who'd been doing this longer than Joan had been alive. Basically, if you had advanced degrees in God, you were probably sitting on this panel. Their job was to put Joan through the theological ringer, test her orthodoxy, make sure her character was solid, figure out whether her visions were actually from God or from somewhere considerably more sulphurous. They needed to be absolutely certain that everything she claimed aligned with proper Catholic doctrine and wasn't some elaborate scheme cooked up by the devil to trick everyone. Now, for Charles's court, this whole process wasn't really about theology. It was about branding. Think of it as the world's most serious focus group. They needed the church's stamp of approval, their official seal of authenticity. Because once the church said Joan was legit, anyone who opposed her would be opposing God himself. And that's a pretty powerful shield to give your new, divinely inspired general, even if she did insist on dressing like a man. For 3 weeks, they grilled her. Picture this. Joan, an illiterate peasant girl who'd never been more than a few miles from home, sitting in a room full of the most educated men in France. Men who'd spent decades studying theology, who spoke fluent Latin, who could debate the finer points of doctrine until the cows came home. And they're all staring at her, waiting for her to slip up. They asked her about everything: her childhood, her visions, the saints she claimed to talk to, her faith, her personal life. They probably threw in some trick questions designed to trip up anyone who wasn't entirely orthodox in their thinking. It was like the world's most important oral exam, except failing meant potentially being burned at the stake. But Joan held her ground. By all accounts, she was surprisingly sharp, quick-witted, steadfast in her answers. She spoke with this simple, direct honesty that seems to have caught her interrogators off guard. No fancy theological language, no attempt to impress anyone with complicated arguments. She just kept referring back to her voices, insisting they were from God and that their message was crystal clear. Charles was the rightful king, and she was there to help him. The fact that she was a virgin was also a huge point in her favour. In medieval thinking, virginity and divine favour went hand in hand, especially for women claiming religious experiences. It helped counter any whispers that she might be getting her information from less heavenly sources. They even had women physically examine her to confirm this. Privacy wasn't really a concept back then. In the end, after weeks of intense questioning, the panel couldn't find anything wrong with her. They concluded that Joan was a good Christian, that her visions seemed genuine, and that her mission appeared to be divinely inspired. They weren't throwing a party about it. Many were still cautious, maybe even skeptical. But they couldn't find any grounds to condemn her. And that was enough. This gave Charles exactly what he needed: official divine endorsement. The church's blessing transformed Joan from that weird peasant girl into God's chosen warrior for France. They could now publicly support her mission without worrying about accusations of supporting heresy or witchcraft. Any opposition to Joan could be framed not just as treason against the king, but as blasphemy against God. Let yourself drift into that examination room at Poitiers. The soft murmur of priests consulting in hushed Latin. The occasional creak of wooden benches as theologians shifted their weight. The scratch of quills on parchment as someone took notes. And there's Joan, standing or sitting calmly, answering their complex questions with that unwavering certainty she'd carried since those first voices in her father's field. No hesitation, no doubt. Just a peasant girl telling her truth to some of the most powerful men in France. This ecclesiastical approval was the final piece of the puzzle Joan needed. It legitimized her not just with the court, but with ordinary French people who were deeply religious and would never follow someone the church hadn't blessed. It opened the door for her to receive armor, weapons, a banner, and most importantly, soldiers willing to follow her into battle. The stage was set. The peasant girl from Domremy now had the backing of both the crown and the church. Joan of Arc was about to become the most famous military leader in French history. All right, so Joan's got the church's blessing and the king's backing. She's officially been upgraded from village weirdo to divinely sanctioned military commander. But here's the thing about medieval politics. It's not enough to just be legitimate. You have to look legitimate. And if you're trying to convince people that God personally sent you to save France, your outfit better be absolutely on point. This is where we get into the fascinating world of medieval image management. Because yes, they had that back then too, just with more armor and fewer Instagram filters. The court understood something crucial. Joan couldn't just show up looking like any other soldier. She needed to look like what she claimed to be, a divine messenger. So they went full costume drama with her appearance. First, the armor. Now, when you think medieval armor, you probably picture something dented, scratched, maybe with a few bloodstains from previous owners. Practical stuff. Joan's armor was white. Gleaming, custom-made, spotless white armor. In a world where everything was brown, muddy, and generally filthy, this was like showing up to a construction site in a pristine white tuxedo. It wasn't practical at all. White armor in a medieval battle is like wearing a neon sign that says, "Please aim here." But that was the point. The white symbolized purity, virginity, which, remember, the church had just officially verified through what was probably the world's most awkward medical exam, and divine favor. When she rode into battle, she literally glowed. She looked untouched by the grime and corruption of the world, like she'd just stepped out of heaven's dry cleaning service. Then there was her banner. This wasn't just some random flag someone whipped up in an afternoon. This thing was a masterpiece of religious propaganda. It depicted God in all his majesty, holding the world, with two angels flanking him. It had the names of Jesus and Mary embroidered on it. Basically, it was a portable church service that you could wave around on a battlefield. Joan famously said she loved her banner more than her sword, which sounds poetic, but it was actually brilliant military psychology. Her banner wasn't just decoration, it was a psychological weapon. For French troops, it was a constant reminder that they weren't just fighting for some disputed throne, they were fighting a holy war with God's personal endorsement. For the English, it was terrifying. Suddenly they weren't just facing another French army, they were fighting against what appeared to be heaven's task force. And then we get to the sword story, which is either miraculous or the most elaborate prop placement in medieval history. Joan claimed her voices told her to go to the church of Sainte Catherine de Fierbois, where she'd find an ancient sword buried behind the altar. And wouldn't you know it, they found exactly that. A rusty old sword right where she said it would be. Now, did her voices really give her a treasure map to holy weaponry? Or did someone conveniently plant a sword there ahead of time? Either way, the story was perfect. Joan wasn't just carrying any old sword. She was wielding a blade blessed by centuries of prayer, discovered through divine revelation. It was basically the medieval equivalent of finding Excalibur, except with better marketing. Here's the thing though, Joan didn't orchestrate all this herself. She was 17 and had never been more than a few miles from home. This was a coordinated effort by some very smart people. Yolande of Aragon was probably involved. Court officials definitely were. You had seamstresses working overtime to create that perfect white armor. Heralds spreading word of her divine mission. Clerical advisors making sure every symbol was theologically sound. They understood something modern advertisers would recognize. In a deeply religious age, divine branding was everything. Every detail had to reinforce the message that Joan was God's chosen representative. The coordinated presentation wasn't just nice to have, it was essential. It wasn't enough for Joan to believe in her mission. Everyone else had to believe it too, and that belief started with what they could see. The psychological impact was incredible. Picture this teenage girl, probably still a bit awkward in all that metal, but radiating absolute conviction. She's wearing armor that makes her look like an angel of war. She's carrying a banner that proclaims divine backing. She's wielding a sword found in a church through heavenly guidance. For the demoralized French troops who'd been losing for years, she was hope made visible. A tangible sign that God hadn't abandoned them after all. For the English, she was a complete mind-bender. Medieval warfare had rules, expectations. Knights fought knights. Armies clashed according to established patterns. Nobody expected a teenage peasant girl to show up in shining white armor, claiming direct communication with the Almighty. It was calculated to be both calming and deeply unsettling. Calming for her own side, who could look at her and think, finally, someone with heaven's backing. Provocative for the enemy, who suddenly had to grapple with fighting what appeared to be God's personal representative on earth. Picture that moment when she first rode out in full regalia, the white armor catching sunlight like a beacon, the holy banner streaming in the wind, a young woman at the center of it all, carrying herself with the quiet certainty of someone who absolutely believes she's carrying out divine will. This was medieval image creation at its finest. Not just clothing or equipment, but a complete visual theology designed to inspire faith and strike fear. Joan wasn't just going to fight a war. She was going to embody a crusade. Every glint of that white armor proclaimed that heaven itself had entered the battlefield. Right. So Joan is fully suited up in her gleaming white armor, divine banner in hand, looking like she just stepped out of heaven's customer service department. Time for the main event. Time to see if all this heavenly endorsement and medieval marketing actually works when people start shooting arrows at you. Welcome to Orléans, the city that was about to make Joan famous and prove that sometimes, just sometimes, believing really hard in something can actually change reality. Orléans in 1429 was basically France's last hope, with a big "Do Not Disturb" sign on it. The English had been besieging it for months, which in medieval terms meant they'd built a bunch of fortifications called bastilles around the city and were slowly starving everyone inside to death. It's like the world's most brutal game of Red Rover, except instead of trying to break through a line of kids, you're trying to break through professional soldiers who really don't want you getting food. The situation was grim. This wasn't just another city under siege. If Orléans fell, Charles could probably start looking for a nice retirement cottage somewhere because his kingdom would be finished. The French had been trying to break the siege for months and failing spectacularly every time. Morale was somewhere underground, probably keeping company with everyone's hopes and dreams. Then Joan showed up, and everything changed. Her arrival at Orléans from late April through early May 1429 was like plugging a dead battery into a charger. Contemporary chronicles describe it as an electric shock to the entire French war effort. Picture this. You're a French soldier who's been getting his butt kicked for months. You're cold, hungry, tired, and pretty much convinced that God has gone on vacation and left the English in charge. Then word spreads that a teenage girl in armor, bright enough to blind aircraft, has arrived, carrying a banner that looks like it was designed by Heaven's art department, claiming God sent her personally to sort this mess out. The psychological impact was incredible. This wasn't just some new commander showing up. This was hope made visible. Now, what did Joan actually do on the battlefield? Did she devise brilliant tactical maneuvers that would make Napoleon jealous? Not really. Her superpower was much simpler and somehow more effective. She made people believe they could win. Joan rode among the troops with her famous banner. She notably preferred carrying her banner over using her sword to kill people, encouraging soldiers, tending to wounded men, and constantly reminding everyone that God was on their side. She turned half-hearted French attacks into full-throttle, coordinated assaults. It was like the difference between a high school football team going through the motions and the same team playing for the state championship. On May 6th and 7th, she led attacks on English fortifications, particularly the fortress called Les Tourelles that guarded the main bridge into Orléans. During one of these assaults, she took an arrow to the shoulder, which would probably send most of us to the emergency room demanding painkillers, and a note excusing us from work. Joan basically shrugged it off and kept going, insisting her voices were urging her on. Her troops, inspired by watching their teenage leader take an arrow and keep fighting like it was a mosquito bite, captured the English positions. Now, let's be clear. Joan wasn't some military genius plotting elaborate strategies that would revolutionize warfare. In fact, many of the experienced French commanders thought her aggressive. Direct tactics were somewhere between reckless and insane. But her impact on troop morale was strategically brilliant, even if it wasn't intentionally calculated. When soldiers believe they're fighting for God instead of just another disputed throne, they fight differently. They coordinate better. They take risks they wouldn't normally take. They don't retreat when things get tough. The French went from hesitant and disorganized to fighting like they had divine backup, because they genuinely believed they did. And this morale transformation completely broke the English. Imagine you're an English soldier. You've been successfully besieging this city for months, slowly grinding down the defenders. Then this girl shows up in white armor with religious imagery all over her banner, and suddenly the French are fighting like they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Word starts spreading that she's divinely inspired, that God is literally on her side. That's a serious mind screw. You went from fighting desperate French soldiers to apparently fighting against heaven's task force. The English became convinced they weren't just battling another army. They were opposing God's will. Their confidence shattered like cheap glass, and on May 8th, 1429, they abandoned the siege in what can only be described as a hasty retreat that probably involved a lot of running and not much dignity. This wasn't just winning a battle, this was rewriting the entire narrative of the war. The lifting of the siege of Orléans proved Joan's divine credentials. It validated Charles's claim to the throne. It gave France something it had been missing for decades: genuine hope. Let your mind drift to that moment, letting the scene unfold slowly. Picture the dusty, battle-scarred streets of Orléans, the air thick with smoke and the smell of fear. Then, cutting through it all, the flash of white armor catching sunlight, the banner unfurling, its holy images seeming to glow. Exhausted French soldiers, who moments before had been slouching with defeat, suddenly straightening their backs. You can see it in their faces, that spark, that sudden belief that maybe, just maybe, they can actually win this thing. The townspeople, who had been hiding in their houses for months, slowly emerge. Cautiously at first, then with growing excitement as they hear the unfamiliar sound of their own army winning. They see her, the maid, their deliverer, looking exactly like the angel of war they'd been praying for. The story became legendary before the dust had even settled. News of the miracle at Orléans spread across France faster than gossip in a small town. This wasn't just a military victory, it was proof that God hadn't abandoned France after all. Joan hadn't just lifted a siege, she'd lifted the spirits of an entire nation. Military historians still study this campaign because it's such a perfect example of how morale can completely change military outcomes. When troops suddenly believe they're divinely protected, they fight with coordination and courage that can overwhelm technically superior forces. The English abandonment of their siege positions had as much to do with psychological warfare as actual military action. A legend was born in the fires and smoke of Orléans, a legend that would echo through history and inspire people for centuries. And for the French, huddled in that besieged city, it must have felt like the first time in years that heaven was actually paying attention to their prayers. So Orléans has fallen, the English are questioning all their life choices, and Joan has become medieval France's first celebrity endorsement. The Maid of Orléans, they're calling her now, which sounds like either a heroic title or a really fancy cheese. But winning one siege, however spectacular, was never the endgame. That was just the opening act in the political theatre that Yolande and Charles had been planning all along. The real goal, the thing they'd been working towards since that first meeting at Chinon, was getting Charles properly crowned at Reims. Because while miracles are impressive, nothing beats a good old-fashioned divine coronation for turning symbolic momentum into actual, legal, everyone has to acknowledge it, legitimacy. So with Orléans in the books, Joan kept the momentum rolling. The French army swept through the Loire Valley like they'd suddenly remembered how to win wars. They took Jargeau, Meung-sur-Loire, and Beaugency in quick succession. But the real crown jewel was the Battle of Patay, where the French basically demolished an entire English army so thoroughly that military historians are still trying to figure out exactly how badly the English lost. It wasn't just that they won these battles, it was the speed and confidence with which they won them. The psychological effect Joan had on the English was like watching someone's confidence crumble in real time. Towns that had been held by Anglo-Burgundian forces for years suddenly started surrendering without even bothering to fight. Word of the Maid's approach was apparently more effective than actual sieges. The timeline moved with the kind of rapid-fire efficiency that makes you wonder if Joan had been secretly studying project management. Summer of 1429. Loire Valley cleared? Check. Path to Reims opened? Check. March to Reims through enemy territory? Check. It was like watching someone speedrun medieval warfare. And here's the really audacious part. The march to Reims itself was essentially a military parade through hostile territory. Reims was deep behind enemy lines, surrounded by English and Burgundian strongholds. Any reasonable military commander would have spent months securing supply lines and building up defenses. Joan's approach was basically, let's walk there and see what happens. And somehow, it worked. Towns along the route took one look at her reputation and decided they'd rather switch sides than find out what happened to places that didn't. Then, on July 17, 1429, it happened. The coronation of Charles VII at Reins Cathedral. This wasn't just another medieval ceremony. This was the Super Bowl, the Oscars, and the World Cup rolled into one spectacular piece of political theatre. Charles, who just months earlier had been hiding in Bourges like a guy dodging creditors, now stood in the most sacred cathedral in France, getting anointed with holy oil by the Archbishop. He went from Charles the Questionable to Charles VII by the grace of God, King of France, in about 20 minutes of very expensive ceremony. And there, right beside the newly crowned king, was Joan, still in her white armor, still carrying her divine banner, living proof that God had personally intervened in French politics. The visual was perfect. The peasant girl who'd heard voices standing next to the king she'd helped crown, both of them bathed in the light filtering through those magnificent stained glass windows. You have to understand why this moment was so powerful. Reims wasn't just any cathedral. It was the cathedral. For over 600 years, French kings had been crowned there. It was like the ultimate authentication process. You could claim to be king all you wanted, but until you got the Reims treatment, you were basically just some guy with a fancy hat. For a dynasty that had been essentially written off by the Treaty of Troy and mocked for its weakness, this coronation was the ultimate comeback story. Charles wasn't just king by birthright anymore. He was king by divine right, with the visible blessing of God and his very own teenage prophet to prove it. The dynastic crisis that had been tearing France apart was officially resolved, at least symbolically. For ordinary French people, who had been watching their country get carved up by foreign powers, this was the moment everything changed. Here was undeniable proof that God hadn't abandoned them after all. The story of the peasant girl who drove away the English and crowned the rightful king became instant legend, the kind of story that gets told and retold until it takes on a life of its own. But here's where things start to get complicated, and you can feel the story shifting like the mood at a party when someone brings up politics. Because Joan and Charles, while they'd just shared this incredible moment of triumph, were starting to operate on completely different wavelengths. For Joan, the coronation was the fulfillment of her divine mission, but it wasn't the end of it. Her voices, as she understood them, had two main objectives: relieve Orléans and crown Charles at Reims. Mission accomplished, right? Except her voices also wanted her to drive the English completely out of France. Every single one. She was operating with the pure, uncomplicated faith of someone who believed God had given her a to-do list, and she wasn't done checking boxes. Charles, on the other hand, was a king, and kings, unfortunately, don't get to operate with pure, uncomplicated anything. He'd gotten what he needed most desperately: legitimacy. The existential threat to his throne was gone. Now he could afford to think like a politician instead of a desperate man. Slow, careful diplomacy was starting to look a lot more appealing than charging around France with a divinely inspired teenager leading every attack. You can almost feel that shift happening, like the moment at the end of a great party when you realize it's probably time to go home. For Joan, this was just the beginning of the real work. For Charles and his advisors, this was the perfect time to slow down, consolidate gains, maybe even negotiate with the Burgundians instead of fighting them. The divergence was subtle at first, but it was there. Joan, with her pure faith and divine conviction, wanted immediate action. Charles, with his newly secure throne and political responsibilities, wanted caution. It's the eternal tension between prophets and politicians, between divine mission and earthly pragmatism. The moment was bittersweet in a way that probably wasn't apparent to anyone there at the time. Joan had achieved something incredible, something that would echo through history. But in the quiet moments after the celebration died down, and the anointing oil dried. The seeds of her eventual tragedy were already being planted. Because what happens to a prophet when the people she served decide they don't need prophecy anymore? So Charles has his shiny new crown. Joan has basically completed her heavenly to-do list. And France is starting to feel like an actual country again, instead of a really depressing board game where everyone's losing. But you know what happens after every big success story, right? Everyone starts arguing about what to do next. And this, dear listener, is where our beloved Joan goes from being the ultimate medieval superhero to becoming what we might call an inconvenient hero. Think about it from Charles's perspective. The champagne has been drunk, the holy oil has been applied, and the main objective, getting that crown and the divine legitimacy that came with it, was mission accomplished. Charles and his court were basically ready to update their LinkedIn profiles and call it a day. They'd gone from desperate pretender hiding in a castle to divinely appointed King of France in record time. What they needed now wasn't more glorious warfare, but good old-fashioned, boring stability. Joan, however, was still running on divine mission energy drinks. Her voices hadn't given her a completion certificate and told her to take a nice vacation. They'd said drive the English out of France, all of them, every single one. So immediately after Reims, Joan's next target was obvious: Paris. The capital was still under Anglo-Burgundian control. And in her mind, you don't stop halfway through cleaning house just because you've tidied up the living room. But Charles was suddenly very interested in not risking everything he'd just gained. He'd finally gotten what he'd been desperately fighting for, and now the idea of more expensive, exhausting warfare was about as appealing as a root canal. Historical chronicles and political correspondence from this period show this growing strategic split perfectly. Joan was basically saying, let's march on Paris right now, while Charles and his advisors were more like, maybe we should consolidate what we have, negotiate a bit, see if we can work something out diplomatically. It's like that moment when you've finally gotten your dream job, and your overly enthusiastic friend keeps pushing you to immediately apply for an even better one. Joan was the friend who wanted to keep climbing the mountain, while Charles just wanted to enjoy the view from where they were. This created a major shift in how the court viewed Joan. When she was busy inspiring belief and securing crowns, she was invaluable. But now that she wanted to keep charging around France in her white armor, demanding immediate action based on voices only she could hear, she was starting to look less like an asset and more like a liability. The problem was that Joan operated completely outside normal political channels. She didn't take orders from generals or listen to strategic advisors. She got her marching orders directly from St. Michael, thank you very much. That kind of independence is great when you need someone to break a siege or inspire troops. But it's terrifying when you're trying to run a stable kingdom. Charles had to weigh the benefits of keeping his living national symbol around against the very real risks of prolonged warfare. More fighting meant more money spent, more soldiers lost, more chances for everything to go horribly wrong. For a newly crowned king who finally felt secure on his throne, a subordinate whose main directive was fight, fight, fight was becoming problematic. Joan was too popular to ignore, too uncompromising to control, and too independent for the delicate political maneuvering that Charles now wanted to pursue. She was like having a weapon of mass inspiration that you couldn't turn off or point in a different direction. You can feel that quiet shift happening, can't you? Joan, still hearing her voices urging action, still convinced that God wanted her to sweep every English soldier off French soil. Meanwhile, Charles is in meetings with advisors, signing truces, trying to negotiate his way to peace. Right after her triumph at Reims, Joan wanted to march straight to Paris. Charles and his people, however, decided to engage in diplomatic talks with the Duke of Burgundy, which effectively put the brakes on Joan's military ambitions and signalled that they preferred talking to fighting. It's like watching two people who started the evening at the same party, but ended up wanting completely different things. Joan believed her mission was to liberate every inch of France through divine warfare. Charles believed his mission was to secure his throne and hang on to what he'd already won through careful politics. Picture this gentle contrast, letting it wash over you like a lullaby of frustrated ambition. Joan, still vibrant with purpose, wanting to march on Paris, to finish what she'd started, to complete the work her voices had given her. The sound of her armor, the flutter of her banner, the urgency in her voice as she argues for immediate action. And then Charles, newly crowned, safe in his legitimacy, surrounded by whispering advisors talking about truces and consolidation and diplomatic solutions. The rustle of parchment replacing the clatter of weapons. The quiet murmur of negotiation where there used to be battle cries. The Maid of Orléans had served her purpose perfectly. She'd been the ideal instrument of divine will, when divine will was exactly what Charles needed. But now the human world, with its messy politics and cautious kings and practical concerns, was starting to reclaim control. Joan was becoming inconvenient, a reminder of a more urgent time that Charles was ready to move past. And the question hanging in the air, getting heavier with each passing day, was simple and terrifying. What happens when a powerful symbol is no longer perfectly convenient for the people who created it? So we've reached that terrible moment in the story where we get the answer to our question. What happens when a powerful symbol becomes inconvenient? Well, the answer is about as brutal and heartbreaking as you'd expect. Joan's about to learn firsthand what happens when the people you've helped decide they don't need your help anymore. We've watched Joan charge into battle, turn the tide of war, and basically hand-deliver a crown to Charles VII. But remember how we talked about her divine mission energy clashing with Charles's newfound love of diplomatic caution? Well, that tension was about to snap in the worst possible way. May 23rd, 1430. Less than a year after her greatest triumphs, Joan found herself at Compiègne, a town under siege by those backstabbing Burgundians. You know, the French nobles who decided they'd rather help the English than support their own king. Classy bunch. Now, any reasonable person might have looked at the situation and thought, maybe this is a good time for strategy or negotiation or literally anything other than charging directly at the enemy. But Joan wasn't reasonable people. She was Joan. So naturally, she led a sortie, a daring attack straight out of the city walls, hoping to break the siege lines. It was bold. It was brave. It was also probably suicidal. During the fight, as Joan battled the Burgundian forces with her usual fearless intensity, she got separated from her troops. It's the kind of thing that happens in battle. One moment you're fighting alongside your soldiers, the next moment you look around and realize you're basically playing medieval hide-and-seek with people who want to kill you. Except there's nowhere to hide, and they've found you. Joan was surrounded, pulled from her horse, and captured. Picture that chaos, the clash of metal, soldiers shouting, horses screaming, and then that awful moment when the Burgundians realized they'd just captured the most famous person in France. It was like winning the lottery, except instead of money, your prize was the woman who'd been making your English allies look like amateurs for the past year. And here's where the story gets really, truly dark. Because in medieval warfare, getting captured wasn't necessarily a death sentence, especially if you were someone important. There was this whole ransom system. You capture someone valuable, demand payment for their release. Everyone goes home happy. It was like medieval kidnapping, but with more legal paperwork. But Joan, the woman who had literally crowned a king, Charles VII made no serious attempt to get her back. Let that sink in for a moment. The historical record is pretty clear on this one. There were some negotiations, sure, but they were about as half-hearted as someone pretending to look for their keys when they don't really want to leave the party. Contemporary chronicles and later analyses paint a grim picture of royal indifference. Charles basically shrugged his shoulders and moved on with his day. The English, meanwhile, were practically throwing money at the Burgundians to get their hands on Joan. They eventually bought her for 10,000 livres tournois, which was serious money. Think of it as roughly what a top military commander would make in a year. But for a king whose treasury was filling up thanks to Joan's earlier victories, that was manageable. Charles could have afforded it. He just chose not to pay. Why would a king abandon the person who'd given him everything? The political calculation is as cold as it is logical. Joan had gone from being the perfect asset to being a major liability. Charles was trying to pursue diplomatic relationships, especially with the Duke of Burgundy. Having Joan around, constantly pushing for total war against everyone, made those delicate negotiations nearly impossible. It's like trying to have a peaceful dinner party, while your friend keeps suggesting you should burn down the neighbor's house. Eventually, it becomes easier to just not invite your friend. Joan's capture actually solved several problems for Charles. She was too popular to dismiss, too independent to control, and too committed to her divine mission to compromise. With her safely in enemy hands, Charles could pursue his preferred strategy of cautious politics without having to deal with a living reminder of his more aggressive past. The brutal truth is that the political cost of keeping Joan active and vocal had started to outweigh her usefulness. Her absence gave Charles freedom to be the kind of king he actually wanted to be, rather than the kind of king Joan's voices demanded. So let yourself feel the quiet devastation of this betrayal. Picture Joan, the girl who'd given a king his crown, sitting alone in a cold stone cell. The heavy clang of iron gates, the echo of footsteps fading down corridor after corridor, the terrible silence where rescue should have been. She's waiting for Charles to come through, to send an army, to pay the ransom, to remember what she'd done for him. But Charles is in his comfortable palace, surrounded by advisors whispering about treaties and diplomatic marriages, and all the boring practical things kings do when they're not fighting holy wars. The contrast is heartbreaking. Joan, who'd embodied France's divine hope, was now just another pawn in a game she'd never fully understood. The crown was secure. Charles's legitimacy was unquestioned, and the girl who'd made it all possible was expendable. It's the kind of abandonment that makes you lose faith in humanity. The woman who'd saved a kingdom, thrown away by the very people she'd served. Charles, who owed her everything, chose silence when she needed him most. The king she'd crowned wouldn't lift a finger to save her, and that silence, that calculated indifference, speaks volumes about the brutal realities of medieval politics. Even heroes, apparently, have expiration dates. So Joan's captured. Charles has ghosted her completely, and you might think that's the end of the story. But oh no, dear listener. The English weren't satisfied with just having the most famous woman in France locked up in a tower like some medieval Rapunzel. They wanted more. They wanted to completely destroy her reputation, discredit everything she'd accomplished, and put on the greatest show trial of the 15th century while doing it. Welcome to Rouen, 1431. Time for some medieval theatre at its absolute worst. The English had a problem, you see. They couldn't just quietly execute Joan and call it a day. She'd become too big a symbol, too much of an inspiration to the French people. If they just killed her outright, she'd become a martyr. And martyrs have this annoying habit of being even more powerful dead than alive. No, they needed to thoroughly demolish her reputation first. They needed to prove to everyone that the Maid of Orléans wasn't a divine messenger. She was a fraud, a heretic, possibly even a witch. And here's the really clever part. If they could prove Joan was working for Satan instead of God, then everything she'd accomplished would be tainted. Charles VII hadn't been crowned by divine will. He'd been crowned by the devil's own representative. Talk about your retroactive political sabotage. The man they put in charge of this ecclesiastical hit job was Pierre Cochon, Bishop of Beauvais. And Cochon, whose name, by the way, sounds suspiciously like a certain French word for pig, which seems appropriate, was basically the English's favourite French cleric. He was ambitious, ruthless, and completely devoted to the Anglo-Burgundian cause. Think of him as the prosecutor in a case where the verdict was decided before the trial even started. Cochon's job wasn't to seek truth or justice. His job was to use his religious authority to give the English what they wanted. Joan's complete destruction wrapped up in legal legitimacy. He turned the trial into a political weapon designed to discredit not just Joan, but Charles VII and the entire French cause. The charges they came up with were a masterclass in weaponizing religious language for political ends. The big one, of course, was heresy. claiming that Joan's voices came from demons rather than saints. But they got creative with the smaller charges too. Disobedience to church authority, sorcery, blasphemy. And then, my favourite medieval legal absurdity, cross-dressing. Yes, you heard that right. They put Joan on trial for wearing pants. Now, Joan had very practical reasons for dressing like a man. She was commanding armies and riding into battle, not exactly activities that medieval women's fashion was designed for. Plus, she claimed her voices specifically told her to dress this way, partly for protection of her virtue in military camps full of men. But the court spun this as a deliberate act of rebellion against God's natural order. It's like prosecuting someone for wearing a hard hat on a construction site and claiming it's an affront to divine will. The charge was ridiculous, but it served its purpose, making Joan look like she was trying to usurp men's roles and defy God's plan. This whole trial was pure political theatre. They held the interrogations publicly, sometimes with large audiences, because they wanted everyone to see Joan being torn down. Every word was meticulously recorded, not for historical accuracy, but to create a permanent record of her supposed crimes. It was like a medieval version of a televised congressional hearing, except the outcome was predetermined, and the penalty was death. Picture poor Joan in this situation. She's an illiterate peasant girl facing down dozens of highly educated theologians, lawyers, and bishops. These guys had spent decades studying canon law and theology. They could quote scripture in Latin, while Joan probably struggled to follow conversations conducted in that language. It was like putting a high school student up against the entire faculty of Harvard Divinity School, except the Harvard professors were actively trying to get the student executed. The questions they asked weren't designed to understand Joan's faith or experiences. They were designed to trip her up, confuse her, and get her to say something that could be twisted into a confession of heresy. It was theological waterboarding, death by 1,000 academic cuts. What's remarkable is how crucial Joan's reputation had become. If she'd just been some random crazy person, they could have locked her up and forgotten about her. But the Maid of Orléans had captured imaginations across Europe. She'd inspired a complete reversal in French fortunes. She'd become a symbol of divine intervention in human affairs. That's exactly why they couldn't just make her disappear quietly. They had to publicly demolish everything she represented. The trial was their way of proving that divine intervention was actually demonic deception, that miracles were just magic tricks, and that anyone who believed in Joan had been duped by Satan himself. So let yourself drift into that cold courtroom in Rouen Castle. Stone walls that have seen too much suffering. The scratch of quill pens recording every word for posterity. The droning voices of her accusers, asking the same questions over and over, trying to break down her simple faith with sophisticated theological argument. And there's Joan, exhausted, isolated, probably terrified, but still trying to explain her truth to people who had no interest in hearing it. She's surrounded by men in religious robes who should be offering spiritual guidance, but instead are working systematically to destroy her. The air is thick with the smell of old parchment, stale incense, and something else, the subtle but unmistakable scent of a foregone conclusion. This wasn't a trial seeking justice. This was an execution that had been dressed up in legal costume to make it look respectable. The English were betting everything on this trial. If they could turn Joan from a saint into a sinner, they could undo years of French victories and restore their own legitimacy. All they had to do was prove that God's chosen messenger was actually the devil's best salesperson. Unfortunately for Joan, they had all the time in the world, all the legal expertise money could buy, and absolutely no interest in finding her innocent. So there's Joan, stuck in this rigged courtroom in Rouen, surrounded by guys who've already decided she's guilty and are just going through the motions of proving it. The English have crafted the ultimate medieval kangaroo court, complete with legal robes and fancy Latin phrases, all designed to crush Joan, make Charles VII look like an idiot, and basically rewrite the last few years of history. But they were about to learn something important. Underestimating Joan of Arc was a really bad idea. See, they thought this would be easy. Illiterate peasant girl versus dozens of highly trained theologians and lawyers. Should be over by lunchtime, right? But Joan had a couple of things going for her that they hadn't counted on. First, she had absolutely unshakable conviction. And second, she was way smarter than anyone gave her credit for. What followed was basically a psychological cage match that lasted from February to May 1431. Months of relentless interrogation. Picture Joan, exhausted, probably not getting great meals, facing down what was essentially a medieval version of a hostile congressional hearing every single day. These guys threw everything at her. Trick questions, theological traps, attempts to make her contradict herself or say something blasphemous. But Joan was having none of it. The court records, which thankfully survived, show just how brilliant she was at verbal combat. When they asked if she was in God's grace, which was a classic trap question because claiming to know for certain would be presumptuous, but saying no would suggest she was damned, Joan delivered what might be the most perfect answer in legal history. If I am not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God keep me there. Mic drop, medieval style. You can practically hear the collective "oh shit" from the prosecution. They'd set what they thought was an unbeatable trap, and she'd walked right through it, like it wasn't even there. It was the kind of answer that was so good, it made everyone forget for a moment that she'd never been to law school. Another time, when they tried to get technical about her visions, asking whether her voices told her things in general or in particular, Joan basically told them to shove their hair splitting. I have often seen them with my own eyes, how they come to me from heaven. Translation: I'm not here to play your word games, guys. I know what I saw. And when some smartass asked if St. Margaret spoke English, Joan shot back that she spoke better French than her accusers did, which was probably true, but also served as a subtle reminder that these were French clergymen working for the English occupiers. Ouch. Every time they tried to get her to reveal military secrets or court information, she'd deflect by saying her voices were for her alone, or that certain information was meant only for the king. It frustrated the hell out of her interrogators while keeping her story consistent. She never got tangled up in contradictions because she always returned to the same basic message: her voices, her mission. End of story. So what was really happening here? That's the million-livre question that historians are still debating. Was Joan a brilliant con artist who'd been playing everyone from day one? Was she using her supposed simplicity as a weapon, letting people underestimate her while she ran circles around them intellectually? Or was she exactly what she claimed to be, a sincere mystic who genuinely heard these voices and was just really, really good at improvising under pressure? When you're absolutely convinced you're telling the truth, it's probably easier to stay consistent and deflect challenges to that truth. There's also the possibility that she was some kind of instinctive political genius, someone who understood power and manipulation on a gut level without any formal training. Maybe she didn't need to study rhetoric because she had a natural talent for it. Modern historians look at her trial performance and see different things. Some point to how consistently clever and strategically sound her answers were, suggesting someone with remarkable natural intelligence who understood exactly what game was being played. Others emphasize her obvious sincerity and faith, arguing that her deep conviction gave her an intuitive ability to navigate these impossible situations. The truth is, we'll probably never know for sure. Maybe it was all of the above. Maybe she was sincere and brilliant and politically savvy all at once. What we do know is that her performance was absolutely extraordinary. She refused to admit her voices were demonic. She refused to recant her mission. She stood up to the most powerful and educated men in France, completely alone, and held her ground for months. It was like watching David face down Goliath, except David was a teenage girl, and Goliath was the entire medieval legal establishment. Let yourself sink into that scene for a moment. Picture the drafty stone chamber, cold and echoing, the scratch of quills on parchment as scribes record every word for history, the rustle of robes as her accusers shift in their seats, probably getting increasingly frustrated as their supposedly simple case becomes more complicated by the day. And there's Joan, young, isolated, underfed, probably scared out of her mind. But when she speaks, there's this quiet authority in her voice, this absolute certainty that cuts through all the legal complexity and theological hair-splitting. She's not trying to out-argue them on their terms. She's asserting a different kind of truth entirely. You can almost feel the dignity radiating from her, this refusal to be broken down or made to betray what she believes. Her answers are simple but profound, cutting through layers of academic bullshit with the kind of clarity that comes from absolute conviction. She was losing, of course. The outcome was predetermined. But in her defiance, she was winning something more important than her life. She was proving that no amount of institutional power could force someone to abandon their truth if they were determined enough to hold on to it. This wasn't just legal testimony. This was an incredible display of moral courage, the kind that makes you wonder what you'd do in the same situation. Would you have the strength to keep fighting when everything was stacked against you? Would you be able to maintain your integrity when the cost was everything you had? Joan did. And that makes her performance at Rouen one of the most remarkable acts of resistance in human history. So Joan has been sparring with France's theological all-stars for months, proving that sometimes an uneducated peasant girl can run intellectual circles around guys with fancy degrees. She's been the scrappy underdog in this medieval courtroom drama, landing verbal punches that would make debate coaches weep with pride. But even Rocky has to lose eventually, and Joan was about to face her worst round yet. This is where we hit the most heartbreaking and tragically human part of Joan's story, the moment when even the strongest person reaches their breaking point. By May 1431, Joan had been through months of what we'd now probably call psychological torture. Daily interrogations by hostile experts trying to twist her words. Solitary confinement. Constant threats of being burned alive. Probably not getting great meals or adequate sleep. Imagine the worst job interview of your life, except it lasts for months, and if you fail, they literally set you on fire. Even Joan of Arc has limits. On May 24th, 1431, they dragged her to the cemetery of Saint-Ouen for what was basically medieval reality TV at its most brutal. The pyre was already built. The executioner was standing there, probably checking his watch. The crowd was gathered, and Joan was given the ultimate multiple-choice question. Sign this document saying you made everything up, or become a human barbecue. In that moment, faced with actual flames and the very real prospect of dying in agony, Joan cracked. She signed the abjuration, essentially admitting that her visions were false and promising to be a good little church-obedient woman from now on. It wasn't enthusiasm for her accuser's cause, it was pure, understandable terror. The document they made her sign was basically a medieval confession form. I, Joan, admit I made up all that stuff about talking to saints and being sent by God to save France. My bad. Won't happen again. The stakes couldn't have been clearer. Sign this piece of parchment, or become a cautionary tale about what happens to heretics. Honestly, who among us wouldn't have signed? Joan, who had seemed unbreakable, finally broke under the threat of being burned alive. It's probably the most human moment in her entire story. The court was thrilled. They'd gotten what they wanted, a signed confession that Joan was a fraud, which would delegitimize everything she'd accomplished. Instead of execution, they sentenced her to life in prison and gave her women's clothing to wear, symbolizing her return to proper feminine submission. Problem solved, case closed, time to update the history books. Except Joan had other plans. Just days later, guards found her wearing men's clothing again. In the context of her trial, this was like lighting a match in a fireworks factory. The court had specifically condemned her cross-dressing as evidence of heresy. She'd promised to stop doing it. And now here she was, right back in the outfit that had gotten her in trouble in the first place. Why did she do it? That's the question that's been driving historians crazy for centuries. Was it defiance? a final middle finger to the system that was destroying her. The male clothing had been her armor, literally and figuratively, throughout her entire mission. Maybe putting it back on was her way of reclaiming her identity after being forced to deny everything she believed in. Or was it purely practical? Joan later testified that her English guards had been sexually harassing her, and the male clothing offered some protection against assault. In a medieval prison full of hostile men, dressing like a woman was basically painting a target on yourself. The guards had even taken away the female clothes they'd given her, leaving her with only the men's clothing that had been part of her identity for years. But there's another interpretation that's even more profound. Maybe it was a religious act. Joan had always claimed her voices specifically told her to wear male clothing as part of her divine mission. By putting it back on, she was choosing to obey God rather than men, even though it meant certain death. She later said her voices had condemned her for signing the abjuration, that she'd committed a grave sin by denying them out of fear of the fire. In her mind, she wasn't relapsing into heresy. She was returning to spiritual integrity. She was choosing her truth over her life. For the English court, it was perfect. An unrepentant heretic who'd broken her promise was fit for the flames. For Joan, it seems to have been an act of terrible courage, a decision made in the dark hours of the night when she was alone with her conscience and her God. Picture that scene in her cell. Let it settle over you like a gentle, sad lullaby, a single candle guttering in the draught, casting long shadows on rough stone walls, the faint smell of stale straw and fear and cold. Joan sitting in the flickering light, maybe running her fingers over the rough fabric of the clothes that had become part of who she was. She's making a choice, a soul-wrenching, world-ending choice. She could live as someone she wasn't, denying everything she believed in, or she could die as herself, true to the voices that had guided her since she was 13. The world around her is collapsing, but in that private, terrifying moment, there's still a flicker of truth burning. Her truth. The thing no amount of interrogation or torture or threats could completely extinguish. She chose God over life, truth over safety, her mission over her survival. It was the kind of choice that makes you believe in the human spirit, even as it breaks your heart. Joan had decided that some things were worth dying for, and the integrity of her divine calling was one of them. The ultimate sacrifice was now inevitable, and Joan, the peasant girl who had crowned a king and saved a nation, was ready to pay it. So Joan chose her truth over her survival. She faced down the wolves in their own den, and while they eventually won, it wasn't without a hell of a fight. And honestly, in the end, she got something they couldn't take away: her place in history. The curtain fell on this medieval tragedy on May 30th, 1431, in the marketplace of Rouen. After Joan was caught wearing men's clothing again, her final act of defiance or divine obedience, depending on how you read it, the tribunal had what they needed. She was officially a relapsed heretic, which in medieval legal terms was basically a death warrant with fancy Latin attached. They marched her to the stake wearing a long white shift and a tall pointed hat that read like the world's most morbid name tag: heretic, relapsed, apostate, idolatress. The crowd was huge. Curious locals, English soldiers probably feeling pretty satisfied with themselves, and some French people who were starting to wonder if maybe they were about to watch a saint get murdered. Joan's last request was heartbreakingly simple. She wanted a cross. Some English soldier, apparently having a moment of conscience, quickly tied 2 sticks together and handed it to her. She also asked for a crucifix to be held where she could see it as the flames took her. And then they lit the fire. The execution was meant to be the ultimate public humiliation, a spectacle designed to erase Joan from memory and prove that divine intervention was just peasant superstition. But it backfired spectacularly. Contemporary accounts tell us that many witnesses, including English soldiers, were moved to tears. They realized they'd just watched the execution of someone who might actually have been sent by God. Joan of Arc had just become a martyr. Not just for France, but for the idea that sometimes believing in something bigger than yourself is worth dying for. So what was she really? That's the question we've been dancing around all night, and the answer is beautifully complicated. Was she a sincere believer? Absolutely. Her refusal to abandon her story even when faced with death proves that much. Whatever else was going on, Joan genuinely believed she was carrying out God's will. Could she have been experiencing what modern medicine might recognize as temporal lobe epilepsy or another neurological condition? Maybe. These conditions can produce incredibly vivid religious experiences that feel completely real to the person having them. But that doesn't make her experiences any less meaningful or powerful. It just gives us another way to understand them. Was she also a political tool? Oh, definitely. Yolande of Aragon and Charles's court absolutely used her as a symbol, a propaganda weapon, a way to legitimize a shaky throne. She was the ultimate medieval influencer, except instead of selling products, she was selling the idea that God wanted Charles to be king. The tragedy is that she was all of these things at once. Modern historians have given up trying to stuff her into neat categories because she doesn't fit. She was a sincere mystic who also happened to be politically useful, a possible neurological case who changed the course of history, a divine messenger who got abandoned by the very people she'd saved. And speaking of abandonment, let's talk about Charles VII for a minute. The king she crowned, the guy who owed her literally everything. How does history judge his complete silence when she needed him most? Well, it's complicated. And by complicated, I mean historians have been politely calling him a coward for 6 centuries. Charles made virtually no effort to rescue or ransom Joan after her capture. While she was facing death, he was busy signing treaties and playing politics. Joan had become inconvenient for his new diplomatic strategy, so he just let her burn. Was it pragmatic? Sure. Was it grateful? Not so much. Charles had gotten what he needed from Joan: legitimacy, a crown, a secure throne, and now she was more trouble than she was worth. It's the kind of cold political calculation that makes you lose faith in humanity. But here's where the story gets interesting again. 25 years later, in 1456, Charles, now safely established as king and no longer worried about looking too closely associated with Joan, ordered a retrial. The inquiry into the rehabilitation of Joan of Arc basically said, "Oops, our bad. That first trial was totally rigged, and Joan was innocent all along." Too little, too late. Maybe. But it was the beginning of Joan's slow climb back to respectability. The church took even longer to get its act together. Joan was beatified in 1909 and finally canonized as a saint in 1920, nearly 500 years after they'd helped burn her at the stake. Talk about taking your time to admit you were wrong. The real tragedy of Joan of Arc is that it's a perfect example of political theatre at its most cynical. A sincere, passionate girl gets turned into a national symbol, used to solve everyone else's problems, and then discarded the moment she becomes inconvenient. It's a story that keeps its power because it refuses to give us easy answers or comfortable conclusions. Joan was genuine in her faith, useful as a political tool, possibly experiencing something we'd now understand medically, and ultimately abandoned by the people she'd served. She was all of these things because real people are complicated, and real history is messier than the stories we like to tell ourselves. So as you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe let these questions settle in your mind like gentle snow. Did Yolande of Aragon truly believe in Joan's divine mission? Or was she just an incredibly shrewd politician who recognized a good opportunity? What was it about Joan's testimony that convinced even some of her interrogators that she was telling the truth? And how do we balance modern medical explanations for her experiences with the profound religious and cultural meaning they held for everyone around her? These are the kinds of questions that don't have neat answers, which makes them perfect for pondering as you fall asleep. We've followed Joan from a quiet village, where she heard voices in a field, through courts and battlefields and coronations, all the way to a marketplace in Rouen, where she chose her truth over her life. It's been a journey through faith and politics, conviction and betrayal, the miraculous and the tragically human. Sleep well, dear listener. And if any of these threads tug at your curiosity, I'm always here to follow wherever your questions lead, whether that's deeper into trial transcripts, Yolande's political maneuvering, or the fascinating intersection of neurology and spirituality. Sweet dreams, and let these complicated, beautiful questions drift away like smoke from an old candle as you rest.